Baiklah.
Kami juga memiliki beberapa kerjasama link and match dengan industri, yaitu yang pertama, kerjasama dengan PT Trakindo Indonesia. Kemudian yang kedua, kita punya kerjasama dengan PT Holcim, yaitu untuk teknik industri pengolahan semen. Yang ketiga, kita punya kerjasama dengan PT Badak Natural Gas di Bontang, kerjasama di bidang teknik kilang dan pengolahan gas. Kemudian yang keempat, kita kerjasama dengan PT Garuda Maintenance Facility untuk program teknik perawatan dan perbaikan pesawat udara.
Semua program di jurusan Teknik Elektro didukung dengan sarana laboratorium dan workshop sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri. Salah satu unggulan laboratorium saat ini adalah PUTOI, atau Pusat Unggulan Otomasi Industri Berbasis Teknologi Informasi dan Komunikasi. Sistem ini mengintegrasikan sistem SCADA, teknologi informasi, teknologi komputer, dan teknologi jaringan komunikasi data yang diterapkan pada miniatur industri otomasi pengolahan air atau water treatment. Selain itu, sebagian praktek, tugas akhir maupun skripsi yang dibuat oleh mahasiswa telah menerapkan teknologi smart dan IoT. Dengan begitu, jurusan Teknik Elektro telah masuk pada revolusi 4.0.
Di jurusan akuntansi kami juga mempunyai Bank Mini, di mana Bank Mini itu kami jadikan sebagai lab untuk program studi keuangan dan perbankan, baik itu D3 maupun sarjana terapan dan juga keuangan dan perbankan syariah.
Untuk bidang komputer jaringan, kita membekali mahasiswa itu dengan sertifikasi Cisco. Untuk bidang programming dan database, kita membekali mahasiswa itu dengan sertifikasi Oracle. Dan untuk bidang multimedia, kita membekali mahasiswa itu dengan sertifikasi Autodesk.
Program studi yang diunggulkan adalah NICE, yang merupakan program studi sarjana terapan, dan NICE adalah merupakan program studi pertama yang ada di Indonesia, didirikan dan merupakan program studi yang menangani tentang event sesuai dengan judulnya, yaitu Meeting, Incentive Travel, Convention, and Exhibition.
Mesin Heidelberg ini bisa memenuhi kebutuhan industri printing and packaging berbasis pada ISO 12642. Dengan sendirinya, dengan ISO tersebut, maka mahasiswa kami bisa memiliki daya saing untuk bisa menuju internasional.
Keunggulan yang telah dicapai oleh peneliti di Politeknik Negeri Jakarta diantaranya adalah di bidang rekayasa material pada komponen sensor, kemasan yang ramah lingkungan, dan inovasi rekayasa bahan bakar. Serta menghasilkan beberapa paten, diantaranya adalah peralatan pembuatan komposit, peralatan rekayasa bahan bakar, dan peralatan telekomunikasi. Sementara, di bidang pengabdian pada masyarakat, hingga saat ini sudah bekerja sama dengan beberapa pihak masyarakat, Pemda, dan Parlemen untuk penerapan teknologi pengolahan sampah kepada masyarakat.
Bidang administrasi umum dan keuangan, kami mempunyai tanggung jawab terhadap tugas, layanan, dan pengelolaan SDM, keuangan, aset, sarana, dan prasarana pendidikan, serta pendukung lainnya, untuk mendukung program kerja Direktur tahun 2020-2024 di bidang tata kelola dan menciptakan Smart and Green Campus. Pada saat ini kami sedang membangun sistem terintegrasi yang terkoneksi dengan bidang akademik secara terpadu. Tata kelola keuangan PNJ pada tahun 2021 berupaya merubah status dari Satker menjadi Badan Layanan Umum agar lebih transparan, efisien, dan efektif.
Bidang kemahasiswaan, kami berhasil meraih beberapa prestasi, antara lain juara pertama kategori slalom dalam kompetisi mobil listrik nasional, juara pertama desain struktur bangunan tingkat Asia, meraih medali emas cabang karate dan silat pada Pekan Olahraga Mahasiswa Nasional, serta juara umum Business Administration Competition.
Kami juga mengirimkan mahasiswa pada program Student Exchange ke National Tsinghua University of Technology di Taiwan dan Intermark International Design College di Shanghai, serta membuka kelas internasional yang bekerja sama dengan Management Science University atau MSU dan Asia E-University di Malaysia. Kelas kerjasama ini bertujuan agar para lulusan Politeknik Negeri Jakarta dapat bekerja pada perusahaan asing di mancanegara.
Pada mulanya sih saya tidak mengetahui secara detail program studi manajemen keuangan ini seperti apa sih. Tapi setelah saya berkuliah, setelah saya belajar, saya bisa mendapatkan ilmu-ilmu yang sangat bermanfaat untuk kehidupan saya, yaitu seperti teori-teori tentang investasi, pasar modal, dan juga manajemen keuangan.
Saya bangga bisa berkuliah di D3 MP WNBK TNJ. Saya di sini belajar desain grafis, fotografi, animasi, dan sablon. Saya mempunyai impian dan cita-cita menjadi fotografer. Terima kasih.
Kami selalu berkomitmen untuk membina calon penerus bangsa yang berkualitas melalui program-program studi unggulan kami di Politeknik Negeri Jakarta.
Kami yakin Politeknik Negeri Jakarta adalah tempat yang tepat bagi Anda untuk menitipkan putra-putrinya agar menjadi pemimpin-pemimpin yang berkarakter, profesional, berdaya saing global, dan sukses dunia akhirat.
Politeknik Negeri Jakarta adalah perguruan tinggi negeri yang menyelenggarakan pendidikan vokasi dan mencetak sumber daya manusia yang siap kerja di dunia usaha dan dunia industri.
Sebagian besar lulusan Politeknik Negeri Jakarta
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Hajar Setiaji, Director of Human Capital Management and System Development PT Masita Karya Hasil Tbk. Kami mengucapkan selamat ulang tahun kepada Politeknik Negeri Jakarta yang ke-8. Semoga Politeknik Negeri Jakarta ke depan akan menjadi politeknik referensi benchmark bagi pendidikan vokasi di Indonesia dalam khususnya mengembangkan kerjasama program link and match dari industri. Akan dijadikan acuan bagaimana mengembangkan infrastrukturnya, bagaimana mengembangkan sistemnya, menyiapkan hal dan soal kompetensi para pengajar dan para mahasiswanya, dan bisa jadi acuan dan pembelajaran bagi banyak kampus vokasi di Indonesia. Tidak hanya itu, semoga Politeknik Negeri Jakarta ke depan menjadi center of excellence, pusat pendidikan yang pembelajaran yang ikut memberikan support kepada dunia pendidikan vokasi di Indonesia. Selamat dirgahayu kepada Politeknik Negeri Jakarta, jadilah pendidikan vokasi berbagai negeri. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mungkin di tahun 2024 kita bisa berkelas internasional, ya, khususnya di tingkat Asia Tenggara. Nah, untuk itu mohon support dan doa Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mudah-mudahan apa yang kita lakukan, upaya-upaya kita untuk memajukan Politeknik Negeri Jakarta itu dibalas oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala sebagai amalan kita semua bersama. Saya rasa itu aja. Terima kasih sekali lagi pada Bapak Ibu semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Hajar Setiaji, Director of Human Capital Management and System Development PT Waskita Karya Hasil Tbk. Kami mengucapkan selamat ulang tahun kepada Politeknik Negeri Jakarta yang ke-8. Semoga Politeknik Negeri Jakarta ke depan akan menjadi politeknik referensi benchmark bagi pendidikan vokasi di Indonesia dalam khususnya mengembangkan kerjasama program Link and Match dari industri. Akan dijadikan acuan bagaimana mengembangkan infrastrukturnya, bagaimana mengembangkan sistemnya, menyiapkan hal dan kompetensi para pengajar dan para mahasiswanya, dan bisa jadi acuan dan pembelajaran ketikanya kampus vokasi di Indonesia. Tidak hanya itu, semoga Politeknik Negeri Jakarta ke depan menjadi center of excellence, pusat pendidikan yang pembelajaran yang ikut memberikan support kepada dunia pendidikan vokasi di Indonesia. Selamat dirgahayu kepada Politeknik Negeri Jakarta, jadilah pendidikan vokasi kebanggaan negeri. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mungkin di tahun 2024 kita bisa berkelas internasional, ya, khususnya di tingkat Asia Tenggara. Nah, untuk itu mohon support dan doa Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mudah-mudahan apa yang kita lakukan, proyek-proyek kita untuk memajukan Politeknik Negeri Jakarta itu dibalas oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala sebagai amalan kita semua bersama. Saya rasa itu aja. Terima kasih sekali lagi pada Bapak Ibu semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Setiaji, Director of Human Capital Management and System Development PT Masita Karya Kecil Tbk. Kami mengucapkan selamat ulang tahun kepada Politeknik Negeri Jakarta yang ke-8. Semoga Politeknik Negeri Jakarta ke depan akan menjadi politeknik referensi benchmark bagi pendidikan vokasi di Indonesia, dalam khususnya mengembangkan kerjasama program link and match dari industri. Akan dijadikan acuan bagaimana mengembangkan infrastrukturnya, bagaimana mengembangkan sistemnya, menyiapkan hal dan soft kompetensi para pengajar dan para mahasiswanya, dan bisa jadi acuan dan pembelajaran ketikanya kampus vokasi di Indonesia. Tidak hanya itu, semoga Politeknik Negeri Jakarta ke depan menjadi center of excellence, pusat pendidikan yang pembelajaran yang ikut memberikan support kepada dunia pendidikan vokasi.
Attention please, the seminar is about to begin. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you. Welcome to Politeknik Negeri Jakarta in the seminar of ASAIS 2020. The Honorable, the Director of Politeknik Negeri Jakarta, Doctor of Science Zainal Nur Arifin, Diploma Engineering Hohir Tenise Leanstad. The Honorable Vice Directors of Politeknik Negeri Jakarta. The Honorable, the heads of all departments in Politeknik Negeri Jakarta. The Honorable keynote speakers and all participants. Good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. First of all, praise be to God for His mercy, blessings, and guidance, so we can attend and participate in this event. I, Sari Puspita Dewi, will be the master of ceremony for today's seminar. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome everyone to the 9th Annual Southeast Asian International Seminar 2020. With the theme, the role of vocational education in embracing and recovering business and industry in the era of new normal. Please allow me to brief a little on this seminar. The annual Southeast Asian International Seminar, or well known as ASAIS, is the annual scientific forum held by Politeknik Negeri Jakarta. The purpose of this scientific forum is to provide and to disseminate the research result. It is the most valuable and prestigious moment for sharing, discussing, and exchanging information among academicians, researchers, practitioners, local district government, industries, and stakeholders. We wish this moment will become as one media to keep the sustainability for scientific and technology development for industries and society. Finally, the result of research could be applied and bring the solution for increasing the society and national welfare. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the invited speakers. They are Professor Dr. Ujang Sumarwan, Master of Science, the President of Asian Association for Consumer Interest and Marketing. Professor Dr. Irwandi Jaswir, Master of Science, Research Coordinator of Halal Industry and Research Center of International Islamic of University Malaysia. Verika Rupar, Chair of the World Journalism Education Council and Associate Professor of Auckland University of Technology. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's start our event today with Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. For the first agenda, I would like to invite Mr. Putra Agung Maha Agung, PhD, as the head of the committee of the seminar to present his speech. Please welcome Mr. Putra Agung Maha Agung.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Good morning, all distinguished speakers and participants. Welcome to the 9th Annual Southeast Asian International Seminar 2020. Due to this COVID-19 pandemic, this year, this seminar will be conducting online. The theme of today's seminar is the role of vocational education in embracing and recovering business and industry in the era of new normal. On the great moment, I would like to say very warm welcome to Director Politeknik Negeri Jakarta, Mr. Dr. Science Zainal Nur Arifin, STMT Diploma in XTL, all the keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Ujang Sumarwan from Human Ecology, Faculty of Institute Pertanian Bogor University, Professor Dr. Irwandi Jaswir from International Islamic University, Malaysia, and Ms. Verika Rupar, Chair of the World Journalism Council from New Zealand. I would also like to welcome all the participants to this seminar today. Thank you very much for all support, for all representatives of Polytechnic all over Indonesia and overseas. Thank you for all committee members, and also Mr. Iwan Sutanto, PhD, as a head of Center of Research and Public Services of Polytechnic Negeri Jakarta in whole staff, and then also presenters who attend the seminar today. I hope we can gradually improve the quality of the seminar. Looking forward to this pandemic will end soon. Enjoy the seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Director of Polytechnic Negeri Jakarta, and we would also like to request the Director to officially open the ASAIS seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Zainal Nur Arifin.
Halo.
Oke Pak, sudah.
Oke, baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sehat dan sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning. Praise goes to the most merciful God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for the blessings of life and knowledge for us. Udah ada Pak. Ya. Sorry. Ini Mas Anwar kemarin. Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sehat dan sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning. Praise goes to the most merciful God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for the blessing of life and knowledge for us together in this meaningful occasion. First of all, I would like to welcome the keynote speakers, Profesor Dr. Ujang Sumarwan, MSc, from Human Ecology Faculty of IPB University. Welcome, Professor Ujang. Maybe Prof. Ujang and I come from the same high school, SMA 2. I don't know if Pak Ujang remember me or Prof. Ujang remember me or not. Yeah, Prof. Ujang is actually my senior in high school, SMA 2, Jakarta. Ya, welcome Pak Ujang. Dan Profesor Dr. Irwandi Yaswir, MSc from International Islamic University Malaysia, and Mr. Ferry Charuper, Chairman of the World Journalism Council from New Zealand. In this time, I would like also to thank to the Head of Research and Public Services Unit, Mr. Iwan Susanto, PhD, and staffs, and also the Executive Committee led by Mr. Putra Agung Maha Agung, PhD, which has been organized the 9th Annual Southeast Asian International Seminar 2020. The honorable speakers, distinguished participants, committee, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th Annual Southeast Asian International Seminar 2020 hosted by Politeknik Negeri Jakarta. This year, the seminar will be conducted online due to COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of today's seminar is the role of vocational education in embracing and recovering business and industry in the era of new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual Southeast Asian International Seminar is a seminar organized by Politeknik Negeri Jakarta or PNG every year. Today, this seminar aims to publish and disseminate the research results of the PNG teachers and students, and also of the researchers from other institutions. This event is a reflection of PNG's commitment to always escalate education quality and accommodates more and more opportunities in academic collaboration. The participant of the seminar, in the era of new normal, it is important to know how the role of vocational education in embracing and recovering business and industry. Therefore, I believe that the seminar will be able to present an interesting discussion on the aforementioned topic with prominent speakers from Indonesia, Malaysia, and New Zealand, giving a contribution to the development of science, and hopefully will encourage more research on this area. Finally, once again, I would like to convey a warmest welcome to all the distinguished guests and participants of the seminar. Thank you very much for the support from representatives of all polytechnics of over Indonesia and also overseas. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the 9th Annual Southeast Asian International Seminar 2020 with theme the role of vocational education in embracing and recovering business and industry in the era of new normal, I opened.
So I wish you all a very successful seminar and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now today, I would like to call up on Mr. Bahrul Muftahid for recital prayers. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah ala kulli ni'mah. The Honorable of PNJ Director, Bapak Zainal Nur Arifin, and Deputy Director, and the Honorable of all speaker and all participants. On this occasion, allow me lead the prayer to Allah, so that this event can run smoothly and full of blessing. And may Allah protect us from COVID-19 and the other diseases. Allah hadiniyah wa likulli niyah shalihah. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma nawwir qulubana binuri hidayatika kama nawwartal arda binuri syamsika wa qamarika abadan abada. Allahumma aftah lana abwabal khair wa abwabas salamah wa abwabas syihah wa abwabal ni'mah wa abwabal barakah wa abwabal quwwah wa abwabal mawaddah wa abwabal rahmah wa abwabal rizq wa abwabal ilm wa abwabal maghfirah wa abwabal jannah birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma aftah alaina futuhal arifina bihikmatika wansur alaina birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin wa dzakkirna ma nasina ya dzal jalali wal ikram. Allahumma la sahla illa ma ja'altahu sahlan wa anta tas'alul hasna idza syi'ta sahla. Allahumma bihaqqil Fatihah wa sirril Fatihah ya farijal ham ya kashifal gham ya man labdi yaghfir wa yarham ya dafi'al bala ya Allah ya dafi'al bala ya Rahman ya dafi'al bala ya Rahim idfa' annal ghala wal bala wal waba wal fakhsha wal munkar was suyufal muhtalifata was sadaida wal mihan wa ma dhahara minha wa ma batana fi baladina hadha khashah wa min buldanil muslimina 'amah innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad bi'adadi kulli da'in wad dawa. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad bi'adadi kulli da'in wad dawa. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad bi'adadi kulli da'in wad dawa. A'udzu bikalimatillahi tammati min syarri ma khalaq. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Masmi syai'un fil ardi wala fis samai wa huwas samiul alim. Bismillahi ma sya'allah la yasuqul khaira illa Allah. Bismillahi ma sya'allah la yasrifus su'a illa Allah. Bismillahi ma sya'allah ma kana min ni'matin fa min Allah. Bismillahi ma sya'allah la haula wala quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Radina billahi rabba wa bil islami dina wa Muhammadin nabiyya wa rasul. Bismillah walhamdulillah wal khair wa syarr bi masyiatillah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Akhirul kalam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Bahrul. Okay, we are going to have a photo session. I would like to invite all guests, ladies and gentlemen, to turn on your camera and give your best pose. Everybody, please follow Mr. Devi instruction. Mr. Devi, please.
To all participants, please your video. I will take our screenshot for photo session. Okay, I will start in page 1. Okay, for page 2.
Please turn on your camera.
Okay, for page 3. Page 3, please turn on your camera. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving right along, it is now my pleasure to invite our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Ujang Sumarwan, Master of Science, and Dr. Sylvia Rosa as the moderator to begin our first session. Please welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Sari. I'm Sylvie. Will be a moderator for the first keynote speaker from Ujang Sumarwan. It is a great honor for us to have Professor Ujang Sumarwan to be the keynote speaker today in this seminar. Thank you very much, Professor Ujang.
Thank you.
Before the presentation, let me read your short CV. Okay. Prof. Ujang is a professor in consumer behavior at Family Studies and Consumer Department in Human Ecology Faculty of IPB University. He's also the president of Asian Association for Consumer Interest and Marketing, or AACAM. Proud to be the member of this AACIM. And he teaches consumer behavior and social marketing at undergraduate program, consumer behavior, strategic marketing and business research at master's degree and doctoral program in business management at Business School of IPB University. And also he's got his PhD from Iowa State University in USA in 1993. His research interest is in consumer behavior, and Prof. Ujang writes teens of books related to consumer behavior in the form of textbooks and popular books. As we can see here, there are many books that have been written by Prof. Ujang. And I think that's all the short CV, and without further ado, the floor is yours, Prof. Ujang. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Sylvia, and the Honorable Director Polytechnic, Dr. Zainal Nur Arifin. Thank you. Alhamdulillah, ternyata kita satu alumni ya. Salam alumni, Pak Zainal. Senang sekali bisa bertemu di sini. And also, we would like to thank you to all presenter today, Professor Irwandi Jasbir and Professor Ferry Karufar, and also all the participants who attended this seminar. I would like to share some of my view about how understanding consumer behavior and what's implication for creative marketing strategy. As we understand that the activities that are mostly we are exposed, very often is marketing programs. It doesn't matter what our profession is. Every day, hour by hour, minute by minute, we are exposed to what we call by the marketing programs. So I would like to present some of my framework. Here is the framework, that we are all consumer, we make decision every day, and also the consumer can be an individual like each of us, but also the institution, the organization, and the business are also consumer. So there are two types of consumer, business and individual. So we make a decision. We make decision every day. So our decision making is influenced by three major factors: individual differences and marketing programs created or implemented by companies, corporate, and also other marketing activities such as social marketing. And the third one is what we call by the consumer environment and social. So these three major factors influencing consumer decision making. So sometimes if we observe the behavior of consumer and also the way companies and corporate market their product, so I would like to present also another idea about how the relationships between consumer behavior, marketing strategy, and also consumer environment and situation. So the consumer environment is only one major factor influencing consumer decision making. So COVID-19 can be considered, can be seen as what we call by the consumer environment and situation. And it will influence the consumer behavior. And also it will the marketing strategy. And of course, we understand that the consumer environment not only influence consumer, not only influence marketing, but also influence our economic, social, and politics. But our discussion is only focused on how the relationship between consumer situation, marketing strategy, and consumer behavior. Look at when we start the problem with the COVID-19, we all change our behavior. And even the government asks all the people stay at home. That's what we call by the somebody told this is a lockdown, and in Indonesia we call it the social limited distancing, etc. and etc. So by looking at the consumer behavior, and sometimes companies, producer have creativity. Yeah. So look at one of the factor in motivation. Yeah. This is a major factor directing, influencing, and affecting the consumer behavior. Consumer, we have what we call by the utilitarian needs. Yeah. Needs for consumer, yeah, that consumer have a need to solve their work and their problem quickly and easily. Yeah. So there is stronger direction and stronger enforcement for consumer to work. Yeah. So this idea is accepted by the producer by making various tools and machine and equipment to facilitate the work of consumer. Yeah. So the main idea, the basic idea is what we call by utilitarian needs. Yeah. Once again, the idea is the utilitarian needs. Yeah. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah. So here is people working in the field. They building, making planting for growing food, and only using their hands and traditional tools. Yeah. So they work, but of course it will take some times. Yeah. It will take more times to do the jobs. Yeah. And the next one, we create what we call by the machine. Yeah, sorry, it should be, yeah. So this is traditional machine, but it help, yeah. Consumer, it help farmers to work more efficient and less time, yeah. Let me try to change the way I present, because the video is that's not working. Okay, let me stop for a moment. Okay, I got my presentation. Okay, I got my video right now. Oke, sebentar Bu ya. Oke. So I would like to share some idea about how machine is a product that meet consumer need. Ya, ini membuat lubang plastik mulsa dengan teknik yang sangat cepat. Kaleng bekas cat diberikan arang, dipanaskan, kemudian tinggal ditempel, dan ini nampak jarak antar lubang ini relatif sama walaupun tidak diukur nih. Nah, ini dari jam terbang dan pengalaman luar biasa ini pada hari ini. So, nah, ini dengan kalau dengan seperti ini cepat sekali nih. Jadi jangan gunakan cutter. Okay. So here is what the people develop. Okay, that the second method to make a hole in the mulsa. And here is people use product to help their work.
I reckon it's about this part. See how long it takes me to take a.
Yeah, it's more efficient and consistent in terms of the distancing. Okay, this is the modern, yeah. So more efficient, yeah. In a minute, we make many holes, yeah. Okay, this is the advanced technology, yeah. So all the soil, yeah, they design make, yeah. So we look at the machine from people without a machine, the traditional until the modern, yeah. So by looking at the consumer needs, yeah, I repeat, the consumer needs, the utilitarian, then the producer have an idea how to develop the product, yeah. And the third one, the next slide is about consumer psychological needs, yeah. Consumer psychological needs, consumer emotion, and then what is the creative idea from the producer, and then they develop music, a movie, games, destination, and religious travel, yeah. So this product meet the needs of hedonic, emotional, and psychological, as well as spiritual needs, yeah. So we all familiar with the Sportify, especially young people, and especially ladies. They are familiar with what we call by the Sportify, and they can express themselves.
Merah putihku, teruslah kau berkibar di ujung tiang tertinggi di Indonesiaku. Merah putihku, teruslah kau berkibar, kami akan selalu menjagamu.
Okay, the next one, what we call the emotional needs, yeah. We are more likely to see things that we are very emotionally to look at, like music, and also environment, and then games, yeah. Probably you are familiar with the fountain here in Bellagio, yeah. it meets the emotional need of consumer, and also destination. Yeah, it also meets what we call by the emotional needs of consumer. And also now young people, millennial, are more likely to play games, and this game also meet the needs of consumer emotion. And also what we call the leisure travel. This is part also for the consumer needs. Yeah, people going to place where they can meet what we call by the religious, spiritual needs. Yeah, spiritual needs. Yeah, and here's also the second one. Look at the consumer personality. Yeah, there are some risk taker and other risk avoider. So what is the idea for product? By looking at the consumer personality, then the producer creating, offering rafting services, and also roller coaster for consumer who risk taker. So consumer who are more likely to be risk taker, they are likes to go rafting and riding roller coaster. Yeah. But people who are risk avoider, they don't like to take the rafting. Yeah.
Permainan pemacu adrenalin yang bikin jantung serasa copot ini selalu menjadi idola traveler bernyali di setiap taman bermain. Mencoba roller coaster sama halnya dengan menantang maut meski layak untuk dicoba sekali seumur hidup.
Okay. So, risk taker, they are like going rafting or taking what we call by the roller coaster. So, the idea is coming from the we observe the consumer personality. Some are risk taker and some are risk avoider. And this is give idea to producer what we would like to produce. Yeah. So the right side is probably for people, consumer who are risk avoider. Yeah, they are like more safety. So this is the product. Yeah. But all, yeah, also meet the needs of emotional and also spiritual of consumers. Okay, the next slide. Yeah, we have from the perspective of consumer decision making, there is also one factor influencing consumer decision making. This is what we call by the self-concept. How consumer want to be seen as creative and smart and be famous. And this is provide an idea for producer or for marketer. They provide social media, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. So consumer can express themselves, yeah, in the social media, yeah, like YouTube or Instagram, and also people make money from here. I think this is what we call by the self-concept. Okay. Most consumer, especially women consumer, they want to be seen as beautiful. They want to be seen as clean. And this is gives an idea for consumer, for producer to develop, to offer, to produce what we call by the cosmetic. Of course, for the Muslim consumer, I think the halal concept is very important. I think Professor Jaswir will explain later about this. So consumer also has to select the product that meet the spiritual needs. Okay, The fourth factor, what we call by the perception, how consumer perception directly influence how consumer to select, how consumer to choose, and how to consumer to consume product. What is the perception? Perception is how consumers see the reality around them. Yeah. So how consumer see the reality around them. And this is give an idea to producer. Yeah. Producer provide various goods and services to build perception that consumer want. Okay. That consumer want. They build the perception. Yeah. One of the concept in perception is what we call by the sensation. So look at this image and picture. How one product promote the product by using the concept of perception. Rasakan sensasi kulit harum dan lembut menggoda. Feel the sensation from your skin. So this is the idea of the perception. Okay, this is perception. Okay, notice the circle in the middle, which is surrounded by several circles. Which circle is the bigger? Okay. The circle in the left or the right? Okay, yeah. Ask yourself, which one? So this is about the perception. Yeah. Okay. What do you see in the first and the second picture? First picture and the second picture. Yeah. People will see two pictures in one picture here. And the same thing here, the second one. Yeah. Okay. Look at the image. Is it still or they move? Okay. Okay. Everybody see the image. Yeah. This image was created by a Japanese neurologist. Yeah. If the image is still, you are calm, you are okay. Yeah. But if you look at the image and the image move a bit, then you are stressed. And if it moves like a carousel, and you are very stressed. Yeah. So this is perception. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Look at the line, straight line. Yeah. They are bended in the middle. Yeah. They are bended in the middle. Is it right? Okay. Yeah. Most people, they see the line in the middle looks like bended. Yeah. This is the perception. Yeah. It turns out the line is not bended. Yeah. It's straight, both on the left side or the right side. Yeah. But it gives a perception which are different from the reality. The perception is the line looks like bended in the middle. Yeah. But in reality, they are both a straight line. Okay, here. What do you see here? There are two. Yeah. What picture? Yeah, this is perception. Okay. Okay, here. How do you see this picture? Yeah. They are front side, or you look at from the side. Yeah. This is what we call by the optical illusion. Yeah. So, as I mentioned, that from the idea of the perception, and then consumer introduce the product. Yeah. Like this one, high heels. Yeah. Build the perception that the consumer has a taller body. But in reality, they are not taller. Yeah. So this is the idea is coming from the perception. Okay, the next one. Perfume, build the perception that you are smell very good. Probably in reality, does not, it's different. Yeah. But people want to be perceived as people with a good grooming. Okay. How, and sometimes marketing get the perception idea to create the perception. This is what we call by the advertising trick. Okay, look at the picture here. This is about the perception. Yeah. It's not a cheese. It's a glue. Ya. Ini bukan keju, ya, tapi lem. The perception and the reality. Okay, so the advertiser create the perception, the real and the perception. Okay, look at the reality and the perception. Okay, creating the perception of bubble. Yeah. Look at the perception and the reality. Yeah. Here's burger. Okay, that's the reality and the perception. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is the last one. Using the engine oil to create the perception, the good product. Okay. Here is the reality and the perception. Yeah. So you can see more video on this matter. Okay. And also making fake ice cream for commercial to create a real ice cream perception. So they create the perception. Yeah.
Hey guys, today.
Okay. The next is we also observe the behavior of consumer. As we understand the COVID influence people that make consumer eating less in restaurant, the number of consumer has dropped dramatically in various restaurants. So of course they have to be survived. Yeah. So the creative marketing strategy is go directly to consumer where they live. So this is only 500 meters from my home. Before, I have to go 10 kilometers to go to the Pizza Hut outlet. But right now, they go directly to consumer. So they would like to be survived, and they have to attract consumer. So go directly where consumer live. And here's, if you Googling, you can find what we call by Starbucks keliling. Yeah. So Starbucks is a famous coffee shop, but people, vendor, and street food vendor use this brand to use for their own activity, what we call by the Starbucks keliling or Starling. I think this is creative marketing strategy. Yeah, people be more creative. Yeah, they have to earn their money. Go directly, yeah, to consumer where they work. And netizen use the term Starbucks keliling or Starling. Yeah. Okay, it is important. This is I think about 10 or 9, 11 years old. Yeah, but they sell coffee using the strategy of Starling. Yeah. Okay. Consumer stay in different city, and we understand that people in Jakarta, they are more likely more affluent in Jakarta than in Bogor. So how is the business in Bogor? They are very creative. By looking at where the consumer are potential, they offer product to Jakarta consumer. Go to Jakarta. Look at this, the Instagram producer. Yeah, often PO to Jakarta consumer. Yeah, they take order, and then the producer bring the product to Jakarta, and they serve the consumer in Jakarta. Yeah. Okay, here. Also, I think last week, yeah, they take order from consumer in Jakarta, but the producer is in Bogor, about 60 kilometers south of Jakarta. Okay, we do understand the consumer behavior. They like Selebgram, they like YouTubers and celeb. They follow their Instagram, subscribe their YouTube and channel. And what is the implication for creative marketing strategy? They collaborate with the Selebgram to endorse product and to consumer. Here is some example here. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum, aku mau ngucapin selamat berbuka puasa buat teman-teman semua. Kalau malaka suntu, abika amantu, ala rizki ka aftortu, biromatika yarmarohimin. Nah, jadi hari ini untuk buka puasa aku hari ini aku ditemenin dengan salad buah susu Bogor. Nah, biasanya teman-teman kalau salad buah itu kan lebih cenderung pakai mayones, tapi ini tuh lebih cenderung sama rasa susu. Dan aku udah cobain ini ya, pasti rasanya enak banget. Jadi juga fresh ya, lihat nih. Ada longannya, ada. Assalamualaikum.
Okay. Yeah. That's the idea by looking at the consumer. Okay, please order this product. Yeah. It tends to be my daughter-in-law who run the business, and it works. They collaborate with the Selebgram, and then they endorse the product, and the orders coming to the business. Yeah, so that's the whole idea. That by looking at how consumer behave, by looking at the factors influencing consumer decision making, and then the business and the marketers will have an idea how to offer the product to consumer. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What an interesting presentation. Thank you very much, Prof. Ujang. There are some questions here to be asked to you, Prof.
Yes.
So please, I should read the first question. It's from Dr. Eri Esther.
Yes.
How we measure that the customer are already satisfied after they've seen the picture? Is it? Is it the question? Is it your question? What picture do you mean, please? In media. After seeing a picture in the media, how can we measure that the customers are already satisfied with after seeing the picture in the media? Do you mean the promotion? Yes. Should I read one by one, or you can answer
Yes.
first?
Does it mean that producer campaign promoting the product using
Yes.
the printed material or online, and would like to know the response of the consumer? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I think there are many ways to measure, to know the reaction and
the
response
response
from consumer. Yeah. First, of course, we provide direct online or direct message to the producer. So the consumer will type or will call the producer to express their opinion and to express their in terms of if they have already buy the product, they can express their opinion. And also producer can provide what we call by the chats. Yeah, so consumer can go directly writing their message to the producer, either using the chats on social media or either using the email. Yeah, so we can now directly understand how is the feeling from the consumer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Ujang. There's another question, but I think I let
I cannot hear, Ibu. Yeah.
Okay. There's another question, Prof.
Yes.
Is it? I should read from the chat.
Ya. Suaranya kurang bagus. I'll see the chat box ya, and try to answer all the question. Okay.
Okay. What are the biggest number of products or services bought in COVID-19?
During the pandemic era, that's interesting. There are some product that are sold a lot. One is what we call by the supplement product, yeah, vitamin C, and then also different kind of vitamin and supplement. They are sold more, yeah, and also sport item, because people stay at home, yeah, people stay at home and they exercise and buy product. They sold a lot also. And the third one is interesting. Is related to women's. Okay, can you guess what are they? Yeah, what are they? It is related to women's. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When women would like to be relaxed in the evening, they use that clothing. Yeah.
Is it duster?
Sometimes the motif is batik. Yeah. What do you call, Ibu Moderator?
I call it duster, I think.
Yes. Yeah. So my nephew working in the online store in the marketplace, and they told me the largest number of product that sold from this online store is duster. Yeah, that's interesting. And also the subscriber, yeah, they use of Zoom also increased, yeah, during the pandemic, because many people are falling in love with Zoom and they use Zoom, yeah, and many people are subscription, yeah, to the Zoom, and there are others, yeah, and also I think more and more people watching YouTube, especially women, how to provide, how to cook different kind of foods. So that's some of the picture, yeah, the change of behavior during the pandemic era. Yeah, thank you.
How about the service, Prof?
Yes,
How about
I
the
think
service?
the special service especially is what we call by the delivery order. This is the service, yeah. I also noticed some of my friends, they rely on the delivery order, whether for fresh food, whether or for ready to eat food. They ask vendor to bring the food, yeah, to their homes. And also, you know, the street food vendor, yeah, pedagang sayuran keliling, and they also take order from the consumer, especially in the residential area. And this vendor also using the WhatsApp, yeah, and they have their list of customer. So every morning, yeah, they deliver the order from each of the customer, yeah. So I think this is also the area where the demand of the services increase.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Ujang. Actually, there are more questions for you, but due to limited time, so let me just.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Very much, Prof. Ujang. And let's go back to the MC, Ms. Sari.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sylvia. What a great presentation and discussion from Prof. Ujang to Marwan. But I believe the second round will be a lot more exciting. Please welcome our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Irwandi Jaswir, Master of Science, and Putra Agung, PhD, as the moderator for the second round. Please.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Sari. Now we will enter the second keynote speaker sessions in around 50 or 55 minutes ahead, especially for presentation and discussions. In this session, we have attended Professor Irwandi Jaswir. Welcome, Professor. However, before he delivered his presentation, I will read his curriculum vitae in brief. As you know, his CV is 44 pages long, and he explanations, he is very excellent and very talented in his field. Name is Irwandi Jaswir. He was born in Medan, 20th December 1970. His nationality actually Indonesian people. He passed the bachelor program from Institut Pertanian Bogor University, proceed to postgraduate program for level Master of Science and PhD from University Pertanian and Putra, Malaysia. Then enroll for PhD exchange program in University of British Columbia, Canada, and also take diploma in International Islamic University, Malaysia, and postdoctoral fellowship in National Food Research Institute, Tsukuba, Japan. He is very impressive and professional in his field. Professor Irwandi Jaswir has obtained many achievements at the national Indonesia, regional level, Asia world class, such as King Faisal International Prize Laureate 2018 in Service to Islam, Indonesian Institute for Science, LIPI Award 2019, renowned scholar in halal science, world-class scientist at Index 28 with 2,603 citations, Habibie Award 2020, 13 discipline in medicine and biotechnology. Professor of Food Chemistry and Biochemistry, Habibie Award 2013, discipline in medicine and biotechnology, Asia Pacific Young Scientist Award by Scopus in 2010, former Director and Deputy Dean, International Institute for Halal Research and Training, INHRRT, and Secretary, Council of Professors, International Islamic University Malaysia, Advisor Aladdin Group, a halali commercial company, 2018% to present, leading consultant Haibara Group, a halal poultry company, Singapore and Korea, 2018 until present, working as a consultant, Saudi Food and Drug Authority, SFDA, 2019 till present. He also won the professor at the International Islamic University Malaysia, and he also consultant, member of institution, member of association, a chairman for certification in the field of halal food, drugs, poultry, cosmetic, at Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, and even for Saudi Arabia governments. He gives teaching, lecturing, and evaluating for postgraduate program in national and private university in Malaysia. He also conducts research and publication in many journals and writing books or monograph for public media and referee and a reviewer in scientific event. He also has a lot of honor, award, and fellowship in the field of halal food from bronze to gold medal. He also always a keynote and invited speakers at seminars in halal food issues. All right, seminar participants and listeners, here it is, Professor Irwandi Jaswir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Bapak Moderator, Bapak Putra Agung. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to share my experience and a little knowledge with all the participants this morning. Allow me to share my screen. Yeah, the title of my presentation this morning is Opportunities and Challenges in the Development of Global Halal Industry Post-COVID-19 Era, specifically requested by the committee for me to a little bit discuss the era of post-COVID-19. Again, my name is Irwandi Jaswir. I'm Indonesian, but residing in Malaysia. Currently attached to International Institute for Halal Research and Training, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Okay, this is my first slide because it is fresh from oven. What the scenario in halal industry nowadays? I just attended one meeting, one launching ceremony specifically of Aladdin Group. It is a commercial platform for halal industry. It is a more digital, more social platform. What interesting here is that this company claim themselves as the biggest in this region. And then we see that when people still thinking of halal is part of their religious affairs, part of the our obligation to our religion, other in other countries or some of the people already think that it is a big industry, huge industry. For example, this Aladdin is owned by non-Muslim. And then this company in 2018 managed to sponsor the richest sporting club in the world, which is Manchester United. I think everyone knows Manchester United. And in 2018, they managed to sponsor MU up to 100 million ringgit a year, meaning they're about $30 million. It is a huge investment. And then we can imagine how much they get from the industry. So to me, halal nowadays, it is a more business rather than a religious obligation. And this is what it should be. People, especially Indonesia, we will be losers if we do not go into halal industry. And then my message to the student of Polytechnics Negeri Jakarta here, that it is the opportunity for you to grab. Because halal, everyone, if we do not do, other people in the part of the world will take the opportunity. This is what the shift between traditional and modern halal industry. Traditionally, halal is considered for food and drinks only. Later on, people think about organic and non-organic ingredients, then logistics services. For logistics services, for example, halal supply chains, containers, storage, etc. But nowadays, people, especially ladies, when they would like to buy products like cosmetics, personal care, they see the label halal because they want to get halal cosmetic, personal care and healthcare, especially during pandemic. Personal care and healthcare become very, very important. Tourism services is part of the modern halal industry. Unfortunately, during pandemic, it is badly affected. Somehow people wouldn't go traveling anymore at this point of time. We like to stay at home. Like in Malaysia now, we just have another lockdown since 14 October for another 2 weeks. Hopefully, and after 27, we get back to normal. And then also modest fashion, where Indonesia ranked #1 in the world in terms of Muslim modest fashion. So halal means the quality of life. It is no longer seen as the religious aspect only, where people think of this. Because when we think that halal is just part of our religion, we do not go into halal industry. We do not get into halal industry ourselves. So you will see now, for example, many people, Muslim, non-Muslim, they prefer the halal products, or at least the quality one. That's why halal and quality must come together. And in Islam, the concept is very clear. The word halal in Quran is always accompanied by tayyiban. Tayyiban means good, quality. So halal and tayyiban, meaning that halal and good. And this is also the reason, I just give you an example, why 65% of the halal meat from New Zealand, because I just met one of friends from Association of Meat Manufacturers, meat producers in New Zealand. He said that 65% of the halal meat from New Zealand is exported to non-Muslim countries, meaning that people look at from the quality aspect. So if you produce products and services halal, halal product and services, it must come with the quality properties, so that your market is not only for Muslim, but to everyone. So the market of halal industry in the world actually more than 2 billion Muslim population. Yeah, it up to 5 billion, the entire man or mankind on earth. So what we need actually is halal ecosystem. Yeah, if we want to build our halal industry, we have to build halal ecosystem. What does it mean, halal ecosystem? Halal ecosystem is every angle, every sector in halal must be built together. Yeah, we cannot just thinking of the halal certification only, like what happened in Indonesia nowadays. It's certification. Our energy is spent too much for the halal certification, and it is not resolved yet. BPGPH, MUI, you know, we do not build our own halal industry. So this is what Malaysia did. Halal assurance must be the halal standard, promotion, global interest, trading, services, production, human capital, yeah, and many other things. At least, yeah, from my record, 21 government agencies involved in the development of halal industry in Malaysia. What the purpose? The ultimate goal Malaysia is that to become world halal hub. So this is the target. World halal hub means business. They bring in dollars and cents to the country. Yeah. I just another example here is that 25th April 2018, I was invited to give a talk in front of members of parliament in South Korea. This one is located in Seoul. I delivered a talk on halal meat and poultry. Why? Because South Korea want us to them to follow the footsteps of Australia and New Zealand. You know, Australia and New Zealand now are major producers of halal meat. In Korea, they have the industry already, but the only thing is that to halalize the industry. So this is the purpose of my talk. 2 days later, I was invited to give a talk in Dong A University. This is a top private university in South Korea located in Busan. Then I gave a lecture on Muslim-friendly hospitality and tourism. So this requested by them. And then in front of 200 to 300 students, postgraduate student, MBA student, who are taking a program majoring in Muslim-friendly hospitality and tourism. So in this university, the program Wisata Syariah Indonesia, Muslim-friendly hospitality and tourism are offered already in this university, Dong A University. Is something very, very interesting. Again, yeah, if we do not take, people will take, other people will take. This is a global halal market. The size is $3.1 trillion dollars a year. And then the main component actually are non-food, yeah, 1.52 trillion, which include cosmetic, personal care, and pharmaceutical. Food is less than quarter, while the rest are logistic, traveling, yeah, tourism, in the supply chain, logistic, etc. This is, you see, how much the Muslims spend for halal products and services, yeah, for food, beverages, media, entertainment. Yeah, if you produce a movie which is Islamic, and then you grab the business. Pharmaceutical and cosmetics, clothing, apparels, travel, Islamic finance, and you see all are opportunities for us. Yeah, opportunities for us. So for our students, for example, who will graduate from our university, our polytechnic, this is opportunity for them. Yeah, opportunity. And then you see in 2023, all will increase. All will increase. Yeah. This is again what we need actually. There must be a facility, it should be by the government from the production, services, infrastructure, human capital, and government support. Yeah, it should be done by the government. This is we hope. It's not in the central government in Jakarta, perhaps in the state government, in provincial government will provide this. Of course, we are facing pandemic COVID-19, and then we see that some of the sector in halal industry are badly affected, especially tourism and Islamic finance. But for some of the sectors like halal food and the pharmaceutical, it remained the same actually. Perhaps only very, very minimum affected and less affected, but at least do not much affected, meaning that no matter what, in what the situation, any situation, people still need food, and pharmaceutical, especially during pandemic, where we are needed to take healthy food, more healthier supplement, for example, to increase, to improve our immune system. While modest fashion and cosmetic are considered a medium or moderately a negative effect. This is the industry, cosmetic industry in Korea. There are 2,300 companies there, and they are now starting to get into halal industry. And again, if we are not ready, we will be flooded with a lot of cosmetics from Korea. And they come together with the Korean movie, Korean drama, Korean K-pop, etc., through culture, and then they're coming into with their own products. And then you see how the government, why I always promote Korea here. I'm not promoting Korea, but I just quite impressed with the policy by the government. One day we visited this place in the southern part of South Korea, and then in this village there are 400 farmers, and the farmers, all of them are planted and produce one single product name, this Korean lime, or lemon, but it cannot be freshly eaten, raw eaten, no. You have to produce something, end product. So what the government provide here is the fermenter or bioreactors, bioreactors where this fruit can be fermented, and in the end can be produced a vinegar. This is vinegar. Various type of vinegar, vinegar as a drink, vinegar as a health products, And then interestingly, when I asked them where you market the product, they said that this vinegar is exported to 43 Muslim countries. Jadi imagine, from this rural area, products by farmers is produced to exported to 43 Muslim countries. They said because in the hadith, in hadith, it is mentioned that the vinegar is a good remedy, a good product for health. And then the reason, just imagine that there's the people from Korea read hadith and then they make an industry. It's different from us. Again, we are consumers. Again, the product may come to our place as well. So this is just an example when we visited them. And then just for your kind information, that our institute, we have a branch in South Korea where we educate them, we certify the products, and then we tell them to replace if it is not halal. Similarly with Japan, in 2020, they're supposed to organize Summer Olympic this year. unfortunately during the COVID, the Olympic is postponed to next year. And then, from 2013, they already prepared the halal product and services for the delegate later on. What they do, for example, to conduct trainings for all restaurants owners or hotels, etc. And then I still remember from 2013, we visited Tokyo every 6 months to conduct this training. And then every time we conducted that training, at least 400, 500 participants. So this is, one day I asked them, why you are so serious about this? And they said, it's business. Because 1/3 or 30% of the participants of the Olympics are Muslim. And this means dollars again for them. So we have to look this from this angle so that we are motivated to do. Also in China, it surprised to me that in Pingliang there is a halal hub. There is a halal hub. Okay, so this is, I still remember when we visited this place where all the product from China, halal product from China exported to the world, and then all the product of the world come to China. So this is very, very fantastic. This is in Taiwan, the same thing. Meaning that every country now is going to halal. In Saudi also, okay, even though they're late. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about halal, there are 3 issues actually in the halal product research. I always mention about this because I'm a researcher. I like to do research and I always encourage people to do research. When we conduct research on halal, there are 3 issues: raw materials, processing, authentication. Okay. We know that in Islam, halal, concept halalan tayyiban, it must be halal from A to Z. From A to Z, it must be halal, And then we know that all the stages here are possible to be contaminated with non-halal, For example, whether in the raw materials, additive, for example, in the processing, or during the storage, during the transportation, etc. We visited one place in Europe the other day that produce gelatin. So what they do, 1 month they produce halal gelatin, another month non-halal gelatin from pig, using the same apparatus. And then this is according to SOP in halal authentication, it is not accepted. Okay. And then in terms of ingredients, a lot of ingredients are questionable, confirmed non-halal, or it is not clearly mentioned during the audit. Sometimes it's doubtful. My background is food science and technology, and we know that in food industry there are about 500 types of food additive. Food additive is a small ingredient which is purposely added into the food during the production. And then there are 400, 500 times. Sometimes it is used in very, very small quantity. Sometimes it is ppm, or part per billion, 1/1 million, or part per billion. So it is not detectable sometimes when we do analysis or authentication. But this is the industry. So we need to know this, and then our halal industry need to be supported by university, by polytechnics, by the lab or lab services, so that everything growing together, growing together. Similarly with enzyme, about enzyme. Enzyme is normally for rennet, for example, is is extracted from the calf, or from the intestine of the calf, the young cow. Yeah. Okay. The problem is that whether the cow is slaughtered according to Islam or not. Yeah, according to Islam or not. So that's why rennet in certain countries is very, very critical. Some people do not want to take cheese because the rennet problem. Yeah. This is a pig, and then all a part of this animal have been used commercially. And if we do research, we have to come up with the alternative to replace this, because a pig is not allowed in Islam. Yeah, even the hair of the pig is used as a source of protein, which is cysteine. Cysteine is amino acid that is used in the bakery industry, and then other issues. Placenta also. Placenta is very, very popular anti-aging. Very popular anti-aging, and normally placenta is used as an anti-aging in the cosmetic industry, in the cream, yeah, in the lotion, etc. One day we visited Hiroshima, where people use placenta from pig. Yeah, because I've been living in Japan for years, 2 years. And then I know a little bit of Japanese characters, or kanji. And then when I asked them, this is from Buta, or from Buta means pig in Japan? They said, yes. But of course, they do not reveal, they do not disclose what brand of the cosmetic. Just be careful. Yeah, but because of placenta. In Malaysia, any product you put placenta will be sellable. Yeah, people will go into this because nowadays people do not want to look old. Yeah, even though they are old, but they do not want to look old. So they need anti-aging properties, yeah, anti-aging properties, which is mostly derived from animal placenta. That's why this is what the analysis of authentication that I myself and also my team been conducting in the past 20 years, yeah, using infrared spectroscopy, electronics, differential scanning, colorimetry, molecular biology such as DNA or laser, PCR, yeah, chromatography, biopotential telemetry, etc. This is just, I go through very quickly results here. You see, you can see the difference between halal, non-halal, and other type of oil. Okay, molecular technique, and normally we use PCR or ELISA assay. And then you see here, and this is a chicken beef, is a non-halal, this is a halal one, and a pork is non-halal. So you see the difference in terms of spectrum. Yeah, alcohol and khamar is similar. Khamar is alcoholic beverages, it's not allowed. But industrial ethanol derived from petrochemical is allowed for some extent. According to fatwa by Majlis Ulama Indonesia, is allowed up to 0.5% with the condition that in the final product it is not detectable. Okay, it is used as a solvent for flavor, mostly for flavor. Distinguish, and then we study this using gas chromatography, GC-TOF, MS. Okay, common critical ingredient pharmaceuticals is, as I mentioned just now, placenta, lard, and gelatin and collagen. Gelatin, and about 65% is derived from pig, and then the rest, about 30% from halal animal, but the slaughtering process is not declared. Yeah, so it is not clear to us. That's why we have conducted a lot of research on gelatin, at least more than 10 research projects, big and small. Yeah, with Universitas Indonesia, we collaborate to produce gelatin dari kulit kambing etawar, and then patented by UI, patented by UI. And then one of our PhD student, yeah, we supervised one PhD student. She graduated already. And then with King Saud University in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, we produce camel gelatin, and then they're going to establish factories in Jeddah. Yeah. We also develop device or method to detect ethanol using our own portable electronic nose. Yeah, this is very old version. Now the current one, we have this half size of this. Okay, and we used to check ethanol in mouthwash easily. So everyone can use the method, and then because you don't need to take it to the lab, just bring it and then you check, and then it will be determined, yeah, how what the percentage of ethanol there. This is just some pictures from our workshop here in Saudi Arabia. So the knowledge we transfer to the scientists and the researchers in Saudi. This is our pilot plan for gelatin and derivative, because collagen and gelatin are widely used in the pharmaceuticals and cosmetics. Yeah, collagen from Taiwan, from Korea, from Japan are widely available in the pharmacies in Malaysia now. Yeah, we have the potential actually. Yeah, we have the potential. Why not we produce ourselves? Because it is very, very good. Yeah, for food industry or as a supplement. Yeah, collagen, if you take it, it can be used for those who have problem with knees, with apa namanya sendi, etc. So for bone, etc. So this is the products that we can produce actually ourselves. This is another product of me, of our team, yeah, my team, that they produce bromelain. Yeah, bromelain normally from pineapple, but here we take the DNA of bromelain and then we transfer to microbials or E. coli, and then we use to produce cheese instead of using rennet. Yeah, so because rennet got a problem, and then we take it from bromelain, and it works. So we can produce a cheese. Our tagline is cheese without rennet. Yeah, cheese without rennet, and then you see our product is available in the supermarket in Malaysia, and we name it Bromi because it sounds Westerners. Yeah. People like, if you cheese but the local name, people will not buy, because cheese normally considered as a import product, yeah, from Europe, for example. Okay, this is we also extensively conduct research related to seaweed, yeah, because we have the potential. And then, for example, we can use as antioxidant, anti-cancer, anti-diabetic, inflammatory, obesity, etc. Yeah, maybe you might be interested in this as anti-obesity. I show you this our findings. This is a white adipose tissue. Red one is with fucoxanthin, with our extract from brown seaweed, and then this is a control. And if we compare this, if the animal or mouse is fed with fucoxanthin from brown seaweed, so white adipose tissue of the animal remain the same size. Yeah, remain the same size. And the wild control enlarge, yeah, enlarge, so that it can be used as a supplement for obesity. Yeah, and it's already sold in Japan. Yeah, in our pharmacy, because this is our collaboration with Hokkaido University. For that, I got an award, yeah, for Habibie Award, yeah, 2013. And this is our laboratory in Malaysia, a halal laboratory with this all the apparatus equipment we have. And then from time to time, we also appear on TV to educate the society on halal, because you know, but you didn't transform your knowledge to the society, is no point. You need to tell them, yeah, so that they're already aware, they know also, so that the industry will grow. Yeah. This is my write-up in the Jakarta Post, harmonizing halal standard, because nowadays every country got their own halal standard. And then this is, I think, the last part of my presentation, this halal purification practice. This is another R&D and innovation that we have, how to clean, yeah, if this object is already contaminated with non-halal. For example, the storage already used for keeping pork before. Now we use for the halal one. So you need to clean it Islamically. And then of course, it's not possible to use a manual. Yeah, you need to do it by machine or by spray. This is what we develop spray. The soil or clay is already inside as requested by our religion. Okay. Lastly, I just would like to introduce our own journal, International of Halal Research. For those who have article, we welcome you to submit. Yeah, it is open access, so your article will be read by many. Yeah. Finally, this is my own biography, produced and published by Gramedia. This is my life story. Yeah. And then, alhamdulillah, if you like to read, especially for young people who like to go further overseas to do study, and then this is some of the experience that I have. It is available in the Gramedia books and bookshop and also online. With that, Pak Putragung, I end my presentation here. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Professor Irwandi. Before some questions asked by the participants and somebody to ask you, I would like to read your explanations in the brief. The Professor Irwandi explains about the halal goes digital era. He saw the halal is business and it can develop in our country. Halal, it is not meal and what we drink and what we eat, but also halal is about quality of life. Professor has also elaborated the ecosystem of halal, especially case study in Malaysia. And during COVID-19, he explains in some aspect or some obstacles for food and pharmaceutical related to the halal industry, productions and marketing. He also identifies the government involving the halal scope of meal and drink, the halal classification to be implemented to the Muslim countries. Like in Korea, the people read the Quran to classify the halal. In case study in Korea, Japan, and the other countries to recognize the halal statement. And he also divided three main issues in halal product. As you can see, he explained in detail. He also identifies the halalan thayyiban from Quran and the potential critical areas in halal productions. He classifies the halal production from the animal also, such as halal placenta, which is already into the public markets, and development of research and R&D on halal authentications, such as the research for some soft drink, gelatin, and also the from animal to make the chemical product for the drugs and cosmetical. Okay, I invite the participants to ask the Professor Irwandi Jaswils. Yes, this is the one question, professors.
Yes.
What should be done in Indonesia to push halal industry development? This is question from the Minto Rahayu Politeknik Negeri Jakarta. Thank you. You can answer directly.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Madam. What should we do? I think the government and policymakers know this well. But if you ask me, I would suggest that we focus not only on the certification. Certification is very important, but it is not everything, meaning that we have to develop other sectors in halal ecosystem. So if we consider halal certification is one point, there are other points that we need to build so that we also get the benefit of the existence of halal industry itself. At the moment, some people or many people think the halal certification is a business. That's why we do not resolve the problem. Yeah, I think if you follow what happened in Indonesia, that since 2014, when the Undang-Undang Nomor 33 is endorsed here by the Parliament, and then until now in the transition period, and then this is not much progress on halal industry because we do not much pay our attention on the developing halal industry. I'm more towards development of halal industry instead of just focus on halal certification. It is important and it should be settled from long ago. Yeah, halal certification should be no problem at all. Don't spend too much energy on fighting here and there about halal certification until we forget to develop our halal industry. This is my and how the mechanism. I think all those policy makers, the government, they know what to do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, professors. For the next questions, I invite from participants. Okay. While we writing the questions, I would like to ask you, Professor, as an ordinary people, what should we do to buy the product and try to check qualification of halal product, Professor?
Yeah, as an ordinary people, if we have no knowledge on certain products, the first step is to buy only halal certified products. Okay, so we did survey what they come first into your mind when you see any product. Some people will see the price, some people see the quality, some people see the brand, but some people see the logo, halal logo. So this is what different people, different preferences here. But to me, my suggestion is that you see the halal logo. If you do not have any knowledge on certain product, just see the logo, because logo or halal certification will help us to identify that the product is halal or not. Second one is nowadays is the era of digital. Information is available easily, you can access. Even though you are in the supermarket, you are not sure, you can search, you can Google, you can find. And then if the product is very, very particular to you, even you can call the customer service. This is what happened in the modern countries, in advanced countries. When I was in Japan, I'm not sure, certain product last time, I still remember New Kazai. And New Kazai in Japan means emulsifier. But I'm not sure. I call them what the source of this, what the origin of emulsifier. And then they tell us, oh, this is from pig, this is from plant, etc. So this is in the modern countries, advanced countries, they are very, very transparent. And this is the right of consumers, the right of customer. If they hide information, they are wrong. Yeah, but in Indonesia, I do not know. But if you question, maybe they do not want to tell you the truth, etc. But in modern countries, normally they are willing to inform you, and because it is your right. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor. This is the last question from the Darna, Polytechnic Negeri Jakarta. What does the government do in Malaysia to make halal industry be in this position now?
Yeah, I think as I mentioned, first is the roadmap of halal in Malaysia is very, very almost 30 years ago, they already established the roadmap. While in Indonesia, only end of 2018, end of 2018, the roadmap started. But it is not, roadmap is not everything, of course, but the support of the government is very, very fantastic here. All the government agencies, we can say that participate in the development of the halal industry, including a Ministry of Research, for example. In Ministry of Research, any research related to halal is a key project. Meaning that the keywords, you put the halal and then you talk about the halal material or halal related to IT, big data, blockchain, for example. If the keywords is halal, and then the chance for you to get the fund or the grants is higher. Okay, so this is the ecosystem that already established in Malaysia. So it is not, of course, it cannot be just in 1 or 2 days to establish this, but it is a long process. But I believe now in Indonesia there is a good sign where the KNEKS is established, Komite Nasional Ekonomi Keuangan Syariah, and then but the coordination I think is more important, so that there are many government agencies involved in this. Ministry of Education, for example, need to offer a program related to halal, diploma level, undergraduate, the master's, PhD, etc. And then the Ministry of Agriculture, Trading, Tourism, etc. must work together and then play their part to help Indonesia to become the center of a world halal industry. Yes, Pak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Your presentation is very impressive, professors. Okay, I think there is more and more questions, and I suggest you to ask the professors, because the time is over, by using the privately connection. And thank you, Professor. We will go back to the master of ceremony, to the next session. Please give him, yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give him applause.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Putra Agung. It was absolutely great. But now we have to jump to the last session for today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our lovely guest speaker, Ms. Verika Rupat, and Dr. Iis Mariam as the third moderator for the third round. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Sari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Iis Mariam, lecturer from Business Administration, Polytechnic Negeri Jakarta. Today, I have a duty as a moderator in the third session on ASICE 2020. I would like to say thank you for the willingness of Professor Verika Rupat on ASICE 2020. Before Professor Verika starting her presentation, allow me to read short CV from Professor Verika. At present, in academic qualification, Professor Verika Rupat is a professor School of Communication Studies in Auckland University Technology, Associate Professor School of Communication Studies, especially in Journalism, Media and Democracy Research Center, as co-director. As a professional distinction, she has advisory board, project source criticism and media disinformation digital, and as a chair with Journalism Education Council, and also as academic consultant in Media Diversity Institute in London. She has an award in Senior Research Fellow, Institute of Communication Studies and Journalism in Prague, and then Auckland University of Technology. And I read this CV from Professor Verica, that's in course and supervising mentoring. He's also completed supervisor in 2019 in Carmen Kedo in his PhD. The title is Sugar and Spice and Everything Nice. And in recent publication and dissemination, she also have books, published. The title is Themes and Critical Debate in Contemporary Journalism in Cambridge Scholar Publishing. And maybe the refer article in 2020 as Journalism as First Respondent in New Zealand Journal of Sciences. There are more achievement from Professor Rupert, but in the last, I have to read the CV from Professor. Is a community and professional service. She is also in International Communication Association member with Journalism Education Council. Okay, I would like to say to Professor Verica before presenting this topic. I have to remind that we have 45 minutes for deliver in topic and 50 minutes for discussion. Okay, time is yours. Professor Verica, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the organizing committee and Ecopuntro for coming, for getting in touch with me. It is a great pleasure to be here, not in person, sadly, but at least virtually we can connect. I will do today a thing that I usually don't do, which is read what I have prepared for today. The only reason for that is because I really want to wrap up the idea that I'm going to present. It's part of my current research, and it is also related to what I'm doing as chair of the World Journalism Education Council. I would like to bring to your attention the topic that is close to my heart, teaching journalism that matters, teaching public interest journalism. Let me just share the screen because I have prepared, but it doesn't work. Never mind, I'll carry on without sharing the screen. So I will be talking about teaching public interest journalism. There are not that many claims in journalism which appear to be so morally certain as serving the public interest. Not in democratic societies, where the basic principle of public service journalism is strong and involves reporting of hard-to-get information by helping to protect the general population from scams. Not in authoritarian societies, where the public interest is defined by a ruling party or the government and justified by communitarian goals. Journalism commitment to public interest spreads across professional codes of ethics, East and West, South and North, regardless the form of journalism practice. In this talk, I will examine the notion of public interest in relation to journalism education and in relation to the future of journalism. Let's start with the question, what matters in journalism education? Political, social, and cultural context, obviously, state of the industry, principles, values on which journalism is based. What matters is public interest. And what I want to propose today, just as an idea for thinking further how media contribute to society, is that maybe it's worth exploring broadening the notion of public interest towards the idea of public good. The notion of public interest has been heralded in textbooks, glorified in movies, literature, popular culture, as a reference point for good reporting, and more broadly, as a descriptor of the important role journalism plays in society. However, like many grand ideas of modernity, the public interest element of journalism is assumed rather than defined. Being a normative ideal, it determines what journalism should be. At the most fundamental level, it has to serve the public interest. And I am sure that that's the motto that is used at universities in Indonesia too. When news stories are scrutinized, the meaning of information is unpacked and facts and views are examined, journalism educators analyze journalism practice in the light of the tools that are used to structure the story, to develop a narrative, to capture the audience attention by headlines, by sound bites. Together, they give empirical evidence of journalistic intervention in reality, measured by journalism duty to serve the public interest. Great, I can see that you are bringing PowerPoints, and we are with the second slide now. Two sides of journalism, normative and empirical, intersect at every point of journalism and are present in teaching of journalism. So what do we teach as journalism of today and journalism of the future? Majority of us start with the political, social, cultural context within which journalism is practiced. We position the field of journalism between the bordering fields of politics and economy. Public interest and news as business outlines the dynamic between independent and dependent nature of journalism practice. That is helpful to analyze media performance, but is less helpful for studying the power of journalism to contribute to social change. Locating journalism in relation to civil society provides much more suitable catalyst for rethinking journalism regardless where it is practiced, and to rethink its ability to move the boundaries of civil discourse. Who talks in the news and who is talked about in times of crisis, such as pandemic, appears as a meta-narrative for stratifying societies along the lines of power. Journalism agency in provision of public infrastructure for the civic sphere is addressed in terms of its authority to represent, interpret, and construct the meaning of reality. Over the last century, journalism authority in fast processing of information has moved from the privileged position of reporting live to the more privileged position of reporting life that matters. And this is a universal trend, regardless the place where the journalism is practiced. Its capacity, journalism capacity to separate individual lives from the life of society has enabled it to turn persons into representative of the groups. By forming and unforming groups and by constructing a sense who we are in relation to others, the journalistic sector of the media participates in the larger process of social inclusion and exclusion. To confess that the journalism have become far removed from ordinary life sounds like a professional suicide. Persons are the core of the realist news, and if journalists are losing a connection with ordinary people, they might be stepping into very dangerous space. So how does it relate to journalism education? The basic principle of journalism education as theory, research, and training is to provide the foundation for the effective and responsible practice of journalism. Journalism schools around the world aim to equip students with knowledge and understanding of the news media role in society, as well as skills necessary to produce stories in a variety of media formats. While journalism education comprises a fundamental concern with news and a corresponding concern with the acquisition of complex methods of knowing, representation, and analysis, training of practicing journalists focuses on the process of identification, selection, and production of news stories in increasingly complex media environment. Journalism education prepares students to critically engage with social development and to ensure a well-informed citizenry necessary for the functioning of society. These universal objectives, however, face significant challenges when it comes to everyday practice of journalism. In 2007, the World Journalism Education Congress in Singapore, a congress that I have pleasure to chair, adopted a declaration of principles in journalism education. It stated the nature of journalism education is being interdisciplinary and an academic field in its own right, with a distinctive body of knowledge and theory. Let me briefly remind you on some of the WJEC principles of journalism education. It's a fine reminder to why we are here and what do we do when we teach journalism. It says, declaration, at the heart of journalism education is a balance of conceptual, philosophical, and skills-based content. Journalism curriculum includes a variety of skills courses and the study of journalism, ethics, history, media structures, institutions at national and international level, critical analysis of media content, and journalism as a profession. Our task as journalism educators is to promote media literacy. Journalism program graduates should be prepared to work as highly informed, strongly committed practitioners who have high ethical principles and are able to fulfill the public interest obligations that are central to their work. So the Declaration of Principles, World of Journalism Education Council, Declaration of Principles of Journalism Education, stresses the importance of keeping the notion of public interest in the center of journalism education. Last year, at the Congress in Paris, we signed the Paris Declaration of Freedom of Journalism Education, with a good reason, because some journalism schools in various countries around the world are in a state of flux. These two documents declare that at the heart of journalism education is a balance of conceptual, philosophical, and skills-based components, acknowledging that in the age of disinformation, misinformation, and threat to press freedom, the role of independent journalism is more important than ever. Journalism educators agreed that resources allocated to journalism education are an investment in long-term institutional capacity to guarantee strong, independent, and quality journalism in any given society. Journalism has had a troublesome journey into tertiary education, seen sometimes as a discourse, often as a profession, and occasionally as a popular cultural form. It has struggled to establish itself and a set of appropriate mechanisms for becoming an academic discipline. Broadly speaking, and I can talk more about Western societies and partly about East European societies in the state of transition for the last 20 or something years. So broadly speaking, in Western societies, fiercely run debates about the function, content, and even purpose of journalism education have built up the walls between teaching, theory, and practice of journalism. The point of polarization has concerned the nature of journalism itself, raising questions such as, is journalism a craft or a profession? And does journalism fall under the scope of the humanities or social sciences? Journalism curriculum in the best journalism schools has creatively integrated both by designing curriculum that combines intellectual rigor and practical skills necessary to produce a piece of journalism. This founding philosophy clearly reflects the integration approach, an active demonstration of knowledge in the field and the ability to apply that knowledge in authentic forms of media production. Although the models of journalism curriculum differ, emphasizing one or the other element of education, it is commonly accepted that motivating students to critically engage with social reality while acquiring the skills necessary to produce a competent piece of journalism is the best way to prepare students for the life in real newsroom. Having a full autonomy from political and to lesser extent economic pressures from the outside world, journalism scholars in democratic societies have established journalism studies as a strong and increasingly popular academic discipline. Situation is slightly different in societies with limited media or no media freedoms. Situated within communications departments or political science, it has been influenced by the media policies and the structure of political, economic, and legal context within which it operates. Journalism education in the countries with limited media freedoms is faced with more or less open attempts to lessen its academic autonomy. Although the level of resistance and the achievements differ, the slide of media freedoms in general across the world does not always straightforwardly lead to the same level of restrictions for journalism education. Why? Because we are strong enough to make an attempt to resist. The relationship is more complex, and more often than not, journalism education proves not to be indicative of the media system working for the future and generating new future journalists for the time to come. The universal features of journalism that might bring together these experiences and support teaching journalism regardless the national context remain under discussed. There were several attempts to develop a model of journalism education that works regardless of the national context. In 2007, UNESCO introduced its new model curricula for journalism education for developing countries and emerging democracies at the World Journalism Education Congress in South Africa. While journalism education at university level is grounded in commitment to ethics, social responsibility, and the idea that journalism is important for the functioning of society, journalism training provides an updated set of tools for successful running of everyday news production. The National Council for the Training of Journalists in the UK, for example, provides a training system that has been supporting professional development of generations of journalists since its establishment in 1951, offering nowadays a range of workshops and courses to meet the demands of a fast-changing multimedia industry. The European Journalism Training Association, that brings together 60 journalism centers and in 24 European countries, organizes regular conferences and seminars to encourage discussion about the important questions of the journalistic profession and its training problems. These are just a couple of examples, but there are more. The key media industry players are also organizing their own journalism colleges. BBC College of Journalism, for example. Al Jazeera Media Training and Developing Center is the other one that comes to my mind. Same with a wide range of non-governmental organizations and charities, such as Media Diversity Institute, that I have a pleasure to work with, and that is an organization that brought me for the first time to Indonesia 10 years ago. These non-governmental organizations and charities specialize in this field, offering either general training in writing, ethics, law, or more specific trainings that focus on different branches of journalism, such as investigative, business, or fashion journalism, or specific issues such as diversity reporting. The availability, it seems that everyone wants to teach journalism nowadays. And that's the point that we have to recognize and make a pause to think, what does it actually mean? And my argument in this paper is that it is the importance of journalism for the well-functioning of society that holds all these various interested organizations together in thinking how better to support society. The availability of these trainings is not equally spread across the world. Neither is the rate of successfulness. Not all of them are great. The study of reporters and editors from Ghana, Nigeria, and Uganda, for example, who had business and economic reporting training, demonstrated that out of 100 journalists, only 1/3 attended some form of training. Trainings are run by big news organizations or their trusts, governmental agencies and non-governmental organizations. Trainings help journalists to learn how to find information, what sources to use, how to organize, structure, and present the story. Some of them said it gave them confidence to report stories they wanted. Experience in journalism training has shown that even in the countries where division between major ethnic groups is deep and tense, participants are able to work across ethnic and religious lines, literally in pairs, as one of the award-winning projects done by journalists in Israel and Palestine has shown a couple of years back. These type of projects aim to produce news articles which show that coexistence and co-work and collaborations are possible. Problems facing journalists across the globe are similar nowadays. They come from increasing recognition and awareness of cultural diversity in society, the merging of entertainment and media industries, the merging of genres and formats, the convergence of digital media technologies, multimedia, and the internationalizations of media, journalism, and news flows. In that context, teaching public interest journalism might hold the key for overcoming the problems. Education for journalists in public interest follows the idea that information is and should be information for all citizens and of all citizens. The notion of all and for all underlines a need to equality of opportunity as well as capability of all members of society, regardless differences of race, gender, class, generation, geography, or any other difference. Among the prerequisites for inclusive society, and that is exactly what I'm talking about, society of all and society for all, respects for all human rights, freedoms, rule of law, the existing of strong civic society, and equal access to public information and tolerance for cultural diversity. In this whole set of conditions, education plays a critical and crucial role. It provides opportunities to learn the history and culture of one's own and other societies, which cultivates the understanding and appreciation of other societies, cultures, religions. The objective of public interest journalism and educating and training journalists to serve public good is to develop communicative competence. This ability involves, in my humble opinion, reflective thinking, experience of social, political, and cultural pluralism, recognition of otherness, and critical stand towards the process of constructing identities. Public interest journalism acts as a catalyst for society to getting informed knowledge of self, as well as understanding the relationship between individuals and society. Most journalism programs preserve the structure of education based on industrial model of journalism. Many argue for a change, moving the focus of attention from industry to community networks could reconnect journalism with its roots and take advantage of new forms of news creation, production, editing, and distribution. That new model of relying on community networks better suits the environment that we are living, the environment where social media dominate public discourse. We teach our students the values of normative ethics, accuracy, fairness, balance, and objectivity, but we rarely move to discussing the nature of public interest these norms are supposed to guarantee. The notion of public interest symbolizes high standards of morality rather than the highest ethical standards of journalism. But what constitutes the public interest and more broadly public good is subject to contention. In journalism studies scholarship, the notion of public interest is absorbed as a professional value and a goal in everyday practice that could be achieved by balancing views in reporting, views on a story subject as a matter of public concern. The elusive nature of one of the most fundamental concepts in journalism, public interest, is striking. The International Federation of Journalists in its Code of Ethics says, and I quote, "The journalist's responsibility towards the public takes precedence over any other responsibility." But the nature of that responsibility to the public remains undefined. Saying journalism is the business or practice of producing and disseminating information about contemporary affairs of general public interest and importance, acknowledges the presence of public interest, but fails to specify what public interest is and what importance must be. It could be argued that a more promising basis on which to construct the meaning of public interest, if we bring the notions of human good and public good to the table. What people need or want to have in order to flourish human good, and what might be an ultimate goal of humanity, public good, puts humanity in a context of knowledge and belonging, facilitating a focus on benefits to all rather than benefits for individuals or specific groups. Public interest journalism could be considered the antithesis of media's darker side, which includes misinformation, propaganda, censorship, sensationalism, voyeurism, to name the few. It refers to a journalist pursuing information that the public has a right to know, undisclosed information affecting the public, the governments, companies, and other powerful interests, hold would remain. Public interest reporting is often equated with watchdog or investigative reporting, but it can include other factual stories that serve the public interest, whether by providing a platform for public debate or informing the electorate. This is not stories that are simply interesting to the public, that is, and we know all what it means, entertaining, but with no civic value. These profit-oriented stories have filled certain tabloids and glossy magazines for years. Today, they serve as a clickbait to attract eyeballs and advertisers into digital space, and the first speaker was demonstrating today, and are often found under traditional media banners. The play of discourses that surround the notion of public interest in the case of reporting led by humanity carries the potential to transcend local context and make the broader goals of common good and the public good more likely to be realized. Historically, journalists have often based their interpretation of the events they report on the idea of common sense, a set of implicit beliefs about the links between objects that exist in the world. However, commonsensical approaches to reality are socially, culturally, and politically situated, and narratives based on common sense usually interpret public interest as an interest of a specific group, not an interest of humanity. The public interest claim is a signifier of journalistic norms and values that guide journalists in their everyday work. The connections between public interest and the broader set of ideas ingrained in the notion of common sense, public good and common good outlined a need to reconsider and update the concept of teaching public interest journalism. If we agree that reality forms the subject matter of journalism endeavor, then what is real in journalistic terms is only what can be comprehended. The situations in which people find themselves, the places they go to, the ways they are politically, socially, culturally organized, the institutions they form, the events they attend, all of these things that happen to them, socio-human understanding of reality sits in the center of journalism and journalism education. The current approach generally involves teaching the notion of public interest as what a majority of citizens, news media audience in this case, has in common. If we shift the gaze and invite students to start thinking about the notion of public good, what all people have in common, once they enter the newsroom, they will have a broader ethical base from which to engage with social reality they are reporting on. Journalism in the public interest has served well historically in terms of its role in relation to power, politics, and economy. However, global issues such as climate change, to name just one, require more. Part of this more is a commitment to humanity and goodness, understood as disposition to produce comprehensive and meaningful coverage systematically and over time, not once a year and not for the purpose of gaining only journalism award. This means consistently rather than occasionally or by virtue of individual practitioners who happen to possess a strong sense of social responsibility, and many are out there. Contemporary stories require different ways of envisaging the moral character of the subject matter being reported. In short, we have to prepare our students to base their future practice on global ethical principles, solidarity, equity, justice, which extend beyond narrowly defined communities. It requires developing curriculum that integrates knowledge and skills, invites and encourages critical thinking, curriculum that stands against the viral spread of misinformation and moves from a single moral position to multiple approaches when deciding what journalism in public interest is. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to present this research. Salam alaikum. I welcome questions.
Thank you, Professor Ferika. This is interesting topic. I would like to invite maybe for the all participants, they have a question to Professor Ferika. Please welcome. Okay, I read maybe first question. There are more questions delivered to you, Professor. Maybe
Yes.
the first one. Can you see the chat box maybe?
I'm just looking at that. I
Okay.
can see how industry question. I'm very agreed with all statements in this information from all sides. And how do you suggest to anticipate some worst information, or they called hoax, from multimedia as the far away from product of journalism in pandemic era COVID-19? That is a huge question that requires a separate discussion. I think in all countries we have experienced a work of public relations departments within the governments, some of them presenting the most recent data on the pandemic on a daily basis, running a campaign with the idea of safety of all citizens. Not all governments were equally successful, and I won't name those that are the worst. But let me stick with what I know the most, New Zealand. And New Zealand, as you all know, managing this pandemic, touch the wood, nicely, with no major casualties. Still, in a country that has pretty stable media system and that it has journalism that can be labeled as journalism of care, journalism that has in mind what I am talking about here, public good and public interest for that matter. Even in a country like that, there were misinformations. And what was most worrying at the time of the pandemic, you know that we just had the elections. So during the election campaign, a new political party, minor political party, emerged. And one of the leaders of that party was a typical proponent of a person who spreads misinformation, saying everything that you can find that Donald Trump is saying nowadays, and more than that. So how did journalists of New Zealand manage the appearance of a political reader that spreads hoax? They covered his speeches and at the same time rebutted everything that he was saying. So he was saying that, I don't know, that it is a conspiracy theory, that it is a conspiracy of dark forces that connected and came to occupy our free and beautiful and healthy land. And they would publish along with that facts. The first cases of coronavirus were registered in China in December. WHO organization contacted in January, and you know, all of that. So by rebutting misinformation, that's how they have.
Okay, thank you. Goes to the second one.
What do you think of
from-
the opinion?
Okay.
Oh no, sorry. What should journalism study program put emphasis on its main interest within the context of media owners playing a significant role in state political matter? Thank you. Oh, again, my experience of that bond between media owners and political elite is not so much from New Zealand as it is from the UK and from Serbia, where I was born and where I worked as a journalist for almost 40 years. It's a hard thing to unbundle, and it is hard to unbundle that in undemocratic or half-democratic societies. What is the solution there? I can describe the situation and go into all factors that contribute for that bonding between the owners and politicians, and in the case of Serbia, mafia, basically, as well. So those who held the money. I will leave that aside, but what can be done? Independent media. And I learned that early on during the civil wars in Yugoslavia, and the newspaper where I worked for that really formed me. You know, I grew up in that newspaper, but during the wars, that newspaper became a disaster. And I remember a friend of mine who would later become a prime minister when Milosevic fell from power, telling me, so why don't you start a new newspaper? And you know, I didn't know and still don't know anything about finances and all these things. So I said, well, how can I do that? He said, well, there are people who know that. And there are, in the digital world, there is a possibility to create something online, and that is not expensive that much. It's important to have dignity and to keep our own integrity, both as journalists and journalism educators.
Okay. Maybe the last question come from Ibu Sylvia Rosa. What do you think of the opinion? Yeah.
The last one. Someone in committee, personnel in charge, please all chat in this box, could be recorded.
Okay, we have one.
That's one. No, what do you think of the opinion that media could affect political policy? They can, media can, if in democratic societies, they certainly can. And there are examples of media coverage of issues that led to public inquiries. There are examples of overturning the government in the States, for example, and in many other countries. The more authoritarian the government is, the less impact media have on media. And that's a sad reality that we are all living.
Okay, thank you. Come to the last statement, maybe I have a quote from your presentation and conclusion maybe from as a moderator that education and training journalism is to develop communicative competency, reflective thinking, experience of social, political and culture pluralism, recognition, and also the critical stand toward the process of constructing identity. I think this is very interesting. There are maybe 3 questions that's already answered from you. Because of time, I would like to say thank you very much to Professor Ferika, who already attend this seminar. We hope maybe next year you can be joined with us.
That
Okay,
would
thank
be
you.
wonderful.
Okay, big applause to Professor Ferika.
Thank you so
Okay,
much. Thank you.
yeah, on behalf as a moderator, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Assalamualaikum.
wabarakatuh. Selamat siang.
Nice. Hope to see you
Okay,
also.
Sari.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Iis and Miss Ferika Rupar for the awesome session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our morning session. It is now time for everyone to take a break for 1 hour. I suggest that all participants to stay and join the breakout room. You may choose room 1, 2, 3, or 4 that have the related topic on you. And then for the presenters, will be directly divided into rooms. So please change your username to be room number _ your full name. Then press the join button in your computer whenever you receive the invitation. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch break. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nah, monggo. Ini gimana foldingnya? Sudah masuk. Sudah. Halo.
Belum dapat.
Ini di mana nih?
Oh belum.
Oh belum.
Mas coba dipindahin dulu ke yang lain. Nggak ada notifnya.
Oh ini bukan di room 2 nih.
Bukan.
Oh, keluar masuk saya masih di main room.
Gimana mas? Udah. Nggak ada. Keluar dulu, maaf ya.
Live lagi.
Ya, live aja.
Hi,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, once again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for waiting. As we have finished our breakout presentation, I would like to give announcement about the best presenter. Operator, please. The best presenter from room 1 is Yay, give applause to the best presenter from room 1, Ibu Titi Suhartati. And the best presenter from room 2, Ibu Utami Lestari. From room 3, we have Mr. Haulia Rahman as the best presenter. And the last one, room 4, we have Mr. Abdul Aziz Abdillah as the best presenter. Please give applause to all best presenters. Okay, now I would like to invite the head of Center of Research and Community Service of Politeknik Negeri Jakarta, Mr. Iwan Susanto, PhD. Please, you have a time to close the event today.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Evening, everyone. Thanks for opportunity to me that you give to me the for closing this event. Okay, I would like to introduce the first. I am Iwan Susanto, head of the Research Center and public service for Polytechnic Negeri Jakarta. First, I have to say thanks to all of you who have attended in this event, ASAIS 2020. Second one, I would like to say thanks for all of the keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and also say thanks for all of the ASAIS committee members who organized this event. I hope this event is not our last activity for ASAIS, but I believe that for next year, we can meet again in ASAIS 2020. And we will invite all of you with my pleasure. So let's say Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. I close this event. I'm greeting to all of you and see you soon in ASAIS 2020. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the master of ceremony and on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you to all participants and the invited guests. Thank you very much for your kind attention and participation. Good evening. See you in the next ASAIS 2021.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you much. Terima kasih, Sir Pak Agung.
Terima kasih Pak Agung, Pak Iwan,
Pak Agung, Pak Iwan.
Pak Yogi,
Ya.
Mama Titi, Tante Sip.
Halo, terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih semuanya.
All the winners.
Selamat
untuk the winner.
Ya.
Ini sudah ending deh, BDW. Dan nanti makan-makan minta ke Pak Agung sama Pak Iwan.
Pak Dandun, see you later Pak Dandun.
Yo, Pak Dandun.
Kadonya mau minta ke Pak Iwan. Kadonya mau minta ke Pak Iwan.
Oh, thank you very much.
Pak Agung. Thank you.
Ya,
sama-sama Kung. Makasih ya Kung.
Assalamualaikum, selamat sore.
Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih.
Selamat sore. Selamat sore, ya selamat sore.
Santos ya, bye. Bye.
Bye.
Mem Lisa. Titi. Selamat ya. Terima kasih Mem Lisa.
Makasih.
Sami-sami, makasih Nuhun, Pak Rudi, Pak Andreas. Makasih Pak Iwan.
Selamat the best ya.
Pak Iwan, terima kasih Pak Fauzri.
Selamat the best.
Selamat the best.
Bu Titi the best.
Selamat Bu Titi.
Terima kasih Pak Agung, Pak Iwan. Pak Iwan, ditunggu Pak Iwan.
Oke.
Bu Titi.
No
Terima kasih Mbak Ida.
Saya 10 offline di Bali.
Oke.
Baiklah.
Ya, I hope so.
Insya Allah. I hope so. Ya betul.
See you.
Insya Allah.
See you. Izin live. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Sampai jumpa.
Assalamualaikum.
Pak Jidarna mana Pak Jidarna?
Kenapa? Apa sih?
Ada dah, Pak Jidarna tuh di rumah di mana?
Pak Jidarna.
Pak Darna, thank you Pak Darna ya.
Sama-sama.
Thank you Pak.
Thank you. Ya.
Thank you semuanya ya.
Oke. Ayo Pak Darna.
Mas Anwar.
Terima kasih Pak Hatta, Pak Anwar, makasih.
Mas Hatta, makasih.
Izin live.
Ya, silakan.
Love you, Bu. Bye.
Ya, bye-bye. Bu Silvi, terima kasih Bu Silvi. Bu Silvi. Ya, makasih ya. Ya, oke, no problem, ya kan? Ya. Yeah. Okay, no problem. See you soon. See you soon next month. See you soon next month. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Malam. Bohong aja dia mau pulang bilang dasar.
Thank you all. I will close the Zoom meeting. Thanks. See you soon on ASES 2021.
Thank you.